Good morning, everyone. Alex here, getting ready to do another G Develop dive. Today we're going to be working on Folklore, a new project that I'm working on. I think we're going to get a lot of prototyping done today. I'm kind of treating this project like for those that are just joining us now, like it's a game jam. And so uh, I'm kind of rushing myself along, not spending too much time polishing everything. I'm giving myself roughly 7 days to now finish this project to a point of satisfaction, and then releasing it and taking user feedback as though it was a jam entry or something. So I'm pushing myself into a genre I haven't done before, which is roguelike, and then um, doing some work on pixel art for this 16 by 16 scale. Let's see here. Make sure all my tools are set up, and then we'll get rolling this morning. Um, yes. I need to share. I was like, I'm forgetting one thing, and I forgot to share my YouTube link. I don't want to listen to that. All right. Yeah, I don't know if that actually worked. I had to edit that post. There we go. Very good, very good. All right. Drinking some orange juice this morning. Delicious. All right. Hello, Riley. Good morning. All right, let's begin our day. So, off stream last night, I did a little bit of prep work for what's to come today, just to make it go a little bit faster. So I did some pre-planning. I did some mock-ups. I used a program that it's called Milanote. Um, I like to use it for various uh, setups for just documenting what I'd like to have happen or keeping track of things. I have sticky notes on the side of my computer, courtesy of my wife. I don't need to be in Steam right now. Make sure that's closed. Okay. And yeah, let's do this. Okay. So the idea that I have for the game, for Folklore, is that you begin your journey arriving at this hero's garden. It'll be bigger, but this is a rough demonstration. You start at the hero's garden. You're spawned by the light, this arcane force that pulls you through this this stone, this way gate. The last person to use that waygate was this town's hero, previous hero, which is his Pop's, this character's Pop's great grandmother, or grandmother, rather. Not great, just grandmother. And so when the hero arrives upon said teleporter, um, the Pops is about to be attacked by some monsters, and you end up saving him by spawning a lightning wave or something, ripples out and kills everything. And then Pops welcomes you to their village, which has been under attack. Um, I was just reading what Riley was saying, but so, and we'll talk about that in a moment, there, Riley. Um, and so what happens here is after Pops explains to you kind of what's going on, he introduces you to this world map, which will begin with just this blank square. Oh, where's the player's head? It's right here. It'll start with just this blank starting zone, and Pops will give you a map piece that you have to put on the map, and you're going to be able to build one square away, but nothing diagonally, to build a map. And as you rescue people in the game, so this is the hunter who you find after Pops tells you that the town was under attack, everybody scattered, and he remained behind because he's the ancestor of this last hero, and he was going to go down with his town. But you arrived and saved Pops, and Pops gives you the fields, which is this. And then you get to drag the fields or the forests, and you get the hunter. And the hunter will teach you how to fight and collect wood. And the hunter will give you the fields, where you find another player, and then you keep, or another character, and you keep building this map. And every time you do, the resources have like an element assorted to them, and they'll affect the surrounding zones, influence them slightly, cause overlap with monsters and things like that. So in the fields, we'll find the pigs. In the forests, we'll find the wood. And yeah, we're going to kind of build off of that using a very minimalistic sort of approach, but we're going to rapidly prototype this very quickly here. So I'm going to be doing a lot of the animations probably off stream, unless we find time to do some of those animations on stream, because I want to keep, at least for today, prototyping artistry down to a bare minimum. So we're going to go with a really minimal system to prototype this game jammy idea. And because that's the idea, right? I mean, when you do a game jam or something, you want to produce something. That's the main goal. Release something. Obviously, knowing how far you can go, what your scalability is. I'm not really pressured to do anything specific because it's not really a game jam. I'm just treating it that way. But we'll polish at the end of this project. So let's jump into this. All right, my hands are cold. What we're gonna do is take the player character. I'm gonna put him back to where he was originally. Let's see. Gonna undo these things. It's funny, you can see what I've been selecting. Okay. So our player, he's not where he should be. Let's move him a little bit. There we go. Let's start by exporting our main player, and we're gonna start a new asset pack. Actually, we're just gonna rename this to Folklore, and we'll save back over the tile set. That's fine. No, we are exporting, are we? Yeah. Okay, we don't need tile set. This is a hero. Browse, folklore. Sprites. Hero. Male. There's going to be some sort of customization at some point. So, or potentially, right? Ideally, in the end product. So I want to incorporate the things that, even though I know that I wouldn't be able to do that in a game jam in that amount of time, I want to still kind of present like there is those options to show what, you know, the potential of the project. So, now that we have a hero, let's get started. We're going to create a new project. We're going to do it in the cloud. And we're going to name this Folklore. We want it to be mobile and desktop friendly. Let's generate. All right. So the first thing that we're going to do is get started on the player's finite state machine. Yeah, let's start our, let's name our game scene. That's not what I want to do. First, let's rename this as game scene. Game. I'm gonna name this one start scene. We're gonna need some global variables. I'm trying to think here. We're gonna put our player's stats inside of our player. Just because we can. Sometimes, like if you're building a single player game, you could put them in global variables if you wanted to, like create player stats as a global variable, but or globalize the object. But in this case, I don't want to do that. Let's go. We're gonna create one called game state. Game state is a structure that allows us to keep track of checkpoint. We're gonna make that a number. Game state. Checkpoint. Let's do game state cutscene. Let's see. For now, that'll do. And what we're doing is we're kind of preemptively, because I know that there's going to be cutscenes and other things in this game, and we want to be able to control when the player's moving and when they're allowed to move. And so we're going to base that on cutscene, and then checkpoint is like a save location. So if you have certain checkpoints, we can enable checkpoints to be true and load the player in at a certain scene or something. So for now, we're going to create the hero object. Actually, we're just going to name this player because it's easier to design that way. So we're going to do player as the object name, and then we're going to import images, and we're going to go to the folklore sprites, hero, male sprite. I realized that I left the background on, which I typically do on accident all the time. So we're going to go ahead and delete the background and re-import that. There we go. And now we have a player. So we can drag our player in and put it down. So the player doesn't have any variables yet. So we need, we want to add a variable called player finite state machine. We're going to set that to a string, and we're going to be changing. I develop in finite state machines. So what we're doing is we're going to be changing the player state to control the ability to move. So rather than I guess I'll just explain that here as we go along. So I like to do initialize state, because when we first initialize our player, this is a good way for us to start sensing like debugging issues. Right away, we can check to see, hey, when the player is created, check their state, and then put them into the idle state or something. So we're going to start with that, and then we want a player variable structure called stats, and that's going to be it's going to be a structure. We want the first one we can do as health or life, maybe. Go health. I want armor. We're gonna have movement speed. How do I want to do this? Maybe we'll have a stat for knockback. We could do I have to think. We're gonna add stats as we go here. So let's start with health, speed, and armor. And all of these can be set to numbers. And we'll set the health value to 1. There will be no starting armor, and we'll do a movement speed of, this is going to be pixels. We can have a base speed, and then we can multiply it by a speed value. So let's do, but for now we're going to set it to the pixels. I'm going to change that later for sure, but okay. So now if I was to press play, we would just be locked in a screen here with nothing that we can really do. So let's add some behaviors. We're going to add the top-down movement behavior. We're going to set the acceleration to 800, the max speed to our speed value. We're gonna allow for diagonals, which is 8 directional movement. We'll leave that alone. We want to rotate our object, and we want to be on top down. So we can apply that, and right now that'll allow us to move with the arrow keys, but we don't want that. We can see that we can already move. But we want to start adding in player controls. So let's go back to our global variables. One of the things I like to add is key bindings. So a key bindings, and inside of this we can do another structure, and we can do keyboard up, We'll have that as a string. Keyboard up is W, lowercase. It is really important that you do lowercase here, as that is the same format that GDevelop uses to show what key is being pressed. And you can assign any of the keys that you can get in the key listings. So there's, for every keyboard button, there's a key map in the GDevelop, dictionary, whatever. So keyboard down. So any key that we want mapped, we would need to do this for. So, and we want the same naming conventions. Don't accidentally capitalize like that. Right, and then we'll do keyboard left. So now we have up, down, left, and right as a keyboard map. And so far, that's all we need our character to do. And this will allow us to change our key bindings in a menu or something later. And this way we can change those values. So let's apply that and add that to our game scene. So at the beginning of the game, we want to check. Let's see real quick. Oh, I gotta open up. I'm gonna boot up my other GDevelop real quick and move this out of the way once it boots up. And there we go. How's everyone doing so far? Thank you all for joining us. Who's all here? I see that there's a few of you lingering around. Hey, Riley. Let's see. My project. Looking for something on my computer real quick. Give me just a moment. Where, oh, where? Did I put... Okay, my GDevelop crashed. Thank you. Not this one, my other one. Oh, excuse me. I apologize. Oh, nice. How are you? How are you doing that, Riley? Like, are you through GDevelop or what? I should have asked specifically originally. Abu, how you doing? I'm doing well. Doing well. Oh, Godot. Yeah, right. You were talking about Godot earlier, so I wasn't sure. All right. Let me boot this up. Okay. Now we're good to go. Okay. So at the beginning of our game, now I can jump into this. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Abu. I don't know how much help I'm going to be, but I can sure try. blood particles. You tried the blood particles, but they're not working. Well, there is a great example of how to do VFX in GDevelop. We'll show that to you. What type of what type of blood effects are you trying to do? Like blood that falls on the ground? What type of blood are you trying to do? That it's hard to know how to help you if I don't know like what your case, the user case is, or the use case is for the blood. Go to the ground like liquid. So you want the particles to collide with the floor. So what you're saying is you want it to drop to the floor, but because if you want it to be like liquid, there is a water um object behavior that you can add, dynamic water, and you can make blood particles come out and then have it create a particle emitter or create your own particle emitter that creates some sort of blood. But if you're talking about top down, then this should be the thing that you look at because that's pretty bloody. I mean, not exactly sure. Oh, well, okay. So we can go to the. So this is the game feel document that's free on GDevelop. And so we can check out, let's see, VFX is orange. So we can close everything and go to the orange section. Let's see. Flash hit, jelly wobble. Did I miss it? Where's the blood? I don't know what they call it in there. Let me look at their actual game feel. General EFX shadow. Oh, yeah, the dust projection. So they have an animation. So this is just a sprite with an animation. So you have this part. So you have your frames that you want, but it doesn't work. I wouldn't be able to tell you why without looking at your code, but the way that they do it here is they create a general sprite, a sprite before it that controls what it's supposed to be. Let me take a look here. When the shot is in collision with the target, create this. Create a dust particle. Yeah. No, that's easy. Okay. So what What part doesn't work for you? So when the bullet, okay. Well, if you join my Discord server and send me your project, I can look at it. Um, Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to help. I mean, you can send me screenshots, right? You join the Discord server, you can send me screenshots, and I'll take a look at it. And I might be able to tell you why. But okay, so while that's going on, we are going to power through. We don't have a whole lot of time today, so I will be working pretty quickly here. Um, what I like to do at the beginning of the scene is hide the debug, and actually, we're going to name this debug group instead. Edit group. Oops, rename debug group. We want to set the checkpoint. And to adjust starting location. I'm just kind of mapping out a couple of things real quick. Underneath this, we're going to create a variable, or we're going to check a variable, and we're going to check a yeah, there's a lot of places you can get art from. One of them is itch.io. There's lots of free art that you can get there if you aren't willing to, or if you don't know how to create it yourself. We want a global variable. And we're checking it's a number. So we want the checkpoint. We want to check if it equals to, we can set it to whatever. So in this case, we're going to set equal to 1 because we start at 0. Checkpoint 1 will be a condition that we check to, like, if we load in at a certain point, we're checking if the variable is set to 1. And if it is, then we want to do something like we can do unlocks here. So we can do some testing to do some foresight on certain variables. Like say there's a game state unlock uh, a structure, and maybe we have a sword or a bow or something in there. We can toggle that on and check if that's true, and then assign our player like a weapon or something based on that, an animation or something. So what we'll do is we'll just add an event group here underneath it, and it'll just say quick unlock settings. This could also be actually, we can say global game settings. So what we want to do to make this something true for all players is, or like in this case, no matter what happens at the beginning of the game, we want to set the players let's see, top down acceleration, deceleration, maximum speed. We want to set that equal to the player variable of actually it's player stats speed. So now when we launch the game, we're setting the max speed to the player speed, and it'll, I mean, this is at the beginning of the scene. So when we first start, we can set these settings to like 0 out or set them to whatever the base is. We could check for loading here or anything like that, but we're going to jump straight into our main global settings, which are things outside of the main scene, the main at the beginning of the scene loop. So the first thing we want to start doing, I always like to start off with, you see me do this often, it's camera settings. Camera settings to me are like, they're one of the easiest ones to do and super quick. So underneath camera settings, we want to create a new sheet. And because we're building this with the finite state logic or method of building, we're going to link an external event. And that's all we're going to do there. We're just going to link Camera Manager. We don't have Camera Manager yet, so we're going to open this up, go to our events, create a new event, and call it Camera Manager. And then we can link it there and jump straight to it. That works on the game start scene. And this one we want to do at the beginning of the scene. At the beginning of the scene, camera. We want to change the camera zoom, and we're going to do a 3x zoom, 4x zoom, 3 on the 0 or default camera, which is the base layer. So we can just leave it there. And then we want to do every second, we want to position the camera. And because we're doing a single player game, we can use lerping. Welcome, Abu, to the Level Up Society. From here, you can message me, and I can take a look at that for you. Or you can message me in general, or share any of that with us if you'd like. And let's see here. Oh, wow, no, there's Riley, there's lots of tutorials. You should check out stuff by GD Quest for Godot. Godot 4, obviously, it's been a little while. Like, Godot 4 recently came out, and so there hasn't been enough change between 3 and 4. You need to really watch Godot 4 videos. Heartbeast is awesome. GD Quest has a video on how to generate terrain. There's some really good ones. But I could probably also help you with there, Riley, and I'd be happy to do that. Let's see here. Come on, G-Develop. Trying to open up a couple documents because I got messages coming in. All right. Let's see. Oh. Okay. All right. So, sorry. So, what we want to do is change the position to a lerp. So, we want to, and what this will do is move the camera smoothly around the player. Like, the player will move and then the camera will slightly, like, we'll let the player move in a direction without the camera snapping immediately to where the player is. We want it to kind of have some game feel. So, a little bit of wiggle going on. You know what I'm saying? So, what we're going to do is do lerp, and we're going to do camera center X, so the center X location, which is true middle, and we're going to pass through. So it's lerp a in a plus b minus a times x. Camera center from the player center player center X. There we go. Modulated by a number, let's say 0.1. We're going to close that. And then we're going to do the same thing on the Y position, and the only thing we need to change is the X's to Y's. And basically, this is a fancy, I mean, you can see the math. I can't even explain it to you because I'm not like a math person. I just know that it's the object position to what we're trying to do by a difference of a certain number, a leniency, effectively, or a, yeah. So then what I can show you now is when we go to move our character, there's you can kind of see it in the character. It's not nearly enough. It's actually too much. We want to do like 0.6. We want a little bit more elasticity to that modulation, and we should be able to see. Actually, you can kind of see it in the player moving a little bit, but it'll make more sense once we get into. Is it too slow? Yeah, that makes sense. I was gonna say I think yeah. No, it shouldn't be because we're zooming in super far, so we should see something, but anyways. Let's keep moving down the way here. So now that we have our camera manager set up, we can then start beginning to work on our hero events or player events. So in the event group, we can call it player handler, whatever. Let's launch a hero finite state machine. So we're going to do the same thing we did before. Right click, events. Oops, sorry. Add link an external event. We need to make the player. So go new. Okay. And this is where we can do all the fun stuff. So at the beginning of the scene, we're at the very beginning, we're going to initialize our player. Oops. You can do it like that. I meant to create a event group and call it. And we need to add a new event. This needs to be at beginning of the scene. We're gonna run that. We're going to check in our player state, or we're going to check immediately. So after we initialize the player, in the next event group, we are going to do a cutscene. And we're just checking to see, we can say in a cutscene. These are our game controls when we are in a cutscene. So we can say the global variable of cutscene, and it's a number variable. And so we can say when the global variable cutscene is equal to 1, so when there is a cutscene, we could do it actually as a Boolean. Yeah, we could just do this as a Boolean. There's no reason why not to. So we can say if the cutscene is true, do this. And now we just need to make sure that our global variable shares that. So we can go cutscene Boolean. You can do it on a toggle of 0 and 1. It's the same thing as a Boolean. Effectively. It does the same thing. There's a little bit more flexibility in using a number because we could change the number and have different controls states. But this just simply So if it is true, then we want to run a event group that that controls what happens when we're in a cutscene, the player's controller in a cutscene. And so we're just going to link the external event, and we're going to leave that empty for now. It doesn't really matter. We're going to copy this whole in a cutscene and paste it, and we're going to say not in cutscene. And then this says when not in a cutscene, player resume player control. Super simple, super straightforward. And then we're going to say false. So when the cutscene is false, now we want to enter in our player states. So we know for now we're going to have an idle state and a move state. So that's what we have for now. We will have an attack state very soon as well. And we're just going to kind of preemptively build this here. So let's build this out. We'll go add event group, do that 3 times. This will be idle, move, and attack. And for each of these, we want them to have an event. So you can just copy and paste those inside of there. And we need a statement for each of these. So similar to this, we're not, instead of we're going to be checking an object variable. So the variable of player, if the player's text variable of player finite machine is equal to idle, then we're going to enter the idle state, right? And we're going to do the same thing for the other ones, and we're just going to drag that underneath. So what we could have done was just copy that, paste this, and we'll do this 3 times, and change this to from idle to walk, and or move, I guess. Should probably keep it name the conventions for our own sanity. And then for attack, we can do attack. Now for each of these, we need to create a external event. And so we're going to first create the player's init state, or the initializer, which we had done, which is going to be the thing that we ran at the beginning of the scene. We need to create a, can you not? So up here, we wanted to run the player finite state initializer. Did I already create that? No, and I didn't even name it right. So set that to the start scene. Rename this to player finite state machine initializer, and then rename this one to player finite state machine idle. Create a new one. Same thing, same thing. We're just going to keep doing this. We called it move, and then one for attack. Okay. So moving into our scripts, we can say we want to initialize the player's idle, the player move state, and the player attack state. And then we just go into each of these scripts and set them up. So the first thing we need to do is set up the initialize script, which is pretty straightforward. This is kind of our, let's see here. We're going to create 2 event groups. I like to call them actions and transitions. So actions are everything that you actions are things you do in this state, and transitions are how you transfer state. That's the way I kind of express them in my own head. So what can we do at the beginning of the whenever we initialize our player, even though we've already done this, we're just going to make sure it's extra true. We want to trigger this once. When we initialize this script, we could say at the beginning of the scene as well. But to break this up, we'll just go trigger once. And we will change the text of the player state. The text to init state. The same thing that we are starting it with. Make sure we wrap those in quotes. So we're going to initialize that, and then what we're going to do is we're going to initialize. So if we were in a multiplayer, no. If we were in a like a Metroidvania or something, or in a side scroller, we could initialize. We could start the player above the ground, so they go from initializing, and then they'll start falling, and then they'll trigger from the fall state immediately into the idle state. But because we're on a top down, we can either check to make sure that when so one time trigger this when we initialize, and that's just to add a debugging layer. And then what we can do is transition immediately. So in our transition, we want to say idle. So that's the only thing we can do when we initialize. And when the text of the player equals initialized state, we're going to trigger that. You wouldn't have to. Technically, we could say trigger once, but to show you visually kind of what I'm doing, we're going to go if the player's text is equal of the player finite state machine is equal to the initialized state. Trigger once. And but we already know that this is true because we're setting it, so we could just say trigger once. And then we want to change the text to idle. And this just gives us a small buffer room to make sure that our initializing script is working. And that way, if we wanted to add some extra stuff here, like we could trigger once, maybe we want to change a global variable, say that when the unlock is sword, make sure when we initialize our character, we start with a sword. We start with something else. So actually, I already know that there's going to be different weapons in our game, and this might not be the way that I do it long term, but I do want to show you what I'm talking about. So in the game scene, in the game state, we're going to add a new state called unlock, and it's going to be a structure. So we're going to call it unlocks, unlockables. There we go, unlockables. We're going to set the unlockables to a structure, and we're going to say, or we'll just say equipped. No. We'll just do unlock for now. I guess it really doesn't matter. We'll do stagger. And this will just be a Boolean. We can do sword. Bow. Okay. And each of these will be Booleans. And then in our initializing script, we could then down here say if the global variable, in this case, it's a Boolean variable of game unlock sword is true. Then change the player animation to be idle with a sword. Or if the game state is true, trigger this one time, and instead of, because in this case we're not going to create. Well, we're going to come back to this. Actually, I don't have the sprites in the game yet to do this, but we will come back to this. So we're going to transition into idle, and then that means because we're going into the idle script, right? The script out here is already running. So the initialized script is going to be toggled, and this is going to cause this to close, to fire and close. And then we move on into our actual game. We check our game states, and then we pass that information along into the rest of this. So now we're going into our first state. We're transitioning into idle. When these conditions are both true, transition immediately into idle. And so we're going to open our idle script, and we're going to start this the same way as we did our last script. So we're just going to copy both of these as just as a blueprint. And we're just going to paste those in. We're going to delete everything that was inside of it. And then we're going to move over into... Okay. So every time we go into a new state, we have to check for certain variables. So if we did this way, changing, because as we change our state, right, we would have to continuously change our player state or verify every time we enter that state what we want to do again. So it needs to check if we have a sword, if we have an item unlock, or create something at a certain condition. So I don't want to use booleans for that reason, because then it would get very messy. But if this is a Metroidvania or something, this would work really well, or could work. So I don't want, in this state, we're not going to worry about animations quite yet. So normally actions, we would immediately set our animation, right? So in our animation, what can we do? Well, we can check to see if we're in the state, which we should already know because we're running this, but we want to double check it. So if we're in the player state of idle, and we're not already doing the idle animation, and so in this case we can go back to our player and create idle, or male hero idle, and then we're going to create a new animation and call it male hero move, and then another animation. Oh, actually, that's it. We only need those two animations. And then what we can do is just add the sprite again. So we're going to go backwards, go to our asset pack. Oop, that's to dust. Folklore, sprites, hero. We don't have the move sprite, so we're just going to import this guy. And because it's already there, we've got it. Boom. Boom, bada bing, right? These are loops. The movement is not a loop. Actually, yes, it is. Both those are loops. Collision mask, that's good enough. I wanted to show you guys we have a good collision box for our player already. But we do want to add a point, and we're going to add a object. We'll call it hand point, and we're going to put it on the hand. So this is where all the objects will spawn for weapons and things like that. So we're going to apply that and go back into our idle state. And so now we can say that when we enter the state, and if the player's idle, or the animation, by name, if the male idle, if it's not idle, so we press J on it, or we could have clicked the invert. If it's not idle, set it to idle. And this just guarantees that when we re-enter the state, no matter what happens, that we are gonna idle every time. And then from here, we could do actions like, are we gonna jump? are we going to attack? So while we're idling, we could attack. And we can just check to see if we had a attack button pressed. And so in this case, left click is going to be our attack button. But I'm not sure yet if we don't really need the player's state. If this was like a Metroidvania, we would use our player state to transition into our attack phases. But because we're not doing a side scroller or anything like that, we're going to need to consider when we can shoot. And I want our player to be able to shoot no matter what. So we're not even going to code that into our finite state machine. The gun is just going to operate. It's going to have its own text outside of this main hierarchy. It doesn't apply to the player directly. So we're going to leave that. So what we can do is from the action state, or of idle rather, we can transition to move. And so we can just say that when and then we want to say how do we transition into this. So we can't jump in our game, so we don't have to worry about our hitbox being on the floor. But we can now check a very, very simple condition. We can move our player's finite state machine to move, and we can check. We're going to trigger this once while true. So once while true. And we're going to add an or condition. And so if any of these things are true, and we want to check if we're touching any button on our keyboard. So whenever we move any of our movement keys, we want to check for a, we're going to say a key, and we're going to do a text expression. And the text expression is global variable string, because we're getting a string, and we have to because of the way that the keyboard system works. And the variable string is key bindings dot all of these. So the first thing we're going to do is down, and then we're going to duplicate and paste this 4 times. So we have let's do left, right, and we just click on the expression because we added it to our global. We have it. So I'm going to organize these up, right, left, down, or up, down, up. We're going to do it in the cardinal directions of up, right, down, left. So if any of those buttons are pressed, we're going to move our character. And that's all we can do right now in idle. And so we would then move into go back into our finite state machine, and then go into our move state. And then just like before, we're going to copy these. And we're going to paste them into our move state. And we are going to say, instead, we can say idle. We can transition to an idle. And in this case, when none of the keys are being pressed, trigger back into idle. We could also say when we stop moving, technically. But this works. My mustache is tickling my nose. Sorry. Probably too much information, but quit tickling my nose. All right. So effectively, we're just saying, hey, listen, when we're not touching anything, go back to idle. And when we enter the state, again, we don't have to say if we're in this state. We already know that we are going to be in this state, but so I could remove this and just say if the animation isn't move, set the animation to move and trigger this once. So every time you come into the state, do that. And we could do the same thing over here too. I also want to trigger this once. Okay. So yeah, we don't need that, but you could have it there technically. It's just more, it's like type scripting, right? It's like saying that it only can work this way. That's it. Um, and what can we do now? Now we have to, other than our transition, we have to ask what can we do in this state. So we can set our animation. And honestly, this should actually be outside of that. It's not really an action. It's something that we do. Um, I'll show you this. So we'll create an event group. This is back in the idle state because I moved idle out. We don't do nothing in idle. We don't do nothing in idle. All right. We don't do nothing. That's that's that. Perfect English. And then what actions do we do? Well, we here we move. Whoa. And so we're just gonna add this, and we're gonna say we movement. We actually can move while we're in idle. So we're gonna get our movement. There we go. And we're gonna begin our movement. And so this is pretty straightforward. I will say that I want to add, it's one of my favorite extensions. So I'm gonna start adding a couple of game extensions here. We're gonna add health points and damage. That's important. We're gonna add fire bullet. That's important. We're gonna add gamepad controller. That's important. We're gonna add let's see here. Interesting. I haven't seen the game feel one before. We want point. I want orbit, the orbit marker. I want draggable. We don't want physics though, so we don't want that yet. Oh, 3D flip. That's what I was looking for. 3D flip is like, seriously, it's my favorite. So in our move state, one of the things that we're going to do is we're going to check in condition. And we're all of these are going to be or statements, and they're going to be triggered. These are not triggering once. These are indefinite. These are holds. So what we need to do is say when the global, we're going to check that global variable again. So we're going to check the text variable of no. When the key text expression, there we go. When the global variable string of keyboard we're doing left. Well, I guess we get to decide what direction we're going to go first. We'll do right. When keyboard right is pressed. And we can check then if the reason why we do or is because we could check for a something that doesn't currently exist, but we could say gamepad right. And so now if either of these are pressed, so if the D-pad on the game controller is pressed, or if the left button, the left game stick is pressed, we could go through all of those. And now we have those options. So if the left or the gamepad, because we added the gamepad, if the gamepad stick push, connected, any game tab, button. We'll start with a button. Button pressed if the left, or right in this case. So we can change that, and then we can change this, copy this out, and go back to the game pad and do gamepad text expression. Gamepad, oh, there's no text, button pressed. There we go. We can set this to an expression. And there we go. So now we can add the button, the D-pad. We could add D-pads. We could add keyboard button, and we could press if the actually we want this to be the left, and it's not a button, it's a stick. Gamepad type stick force. If the if it is greater than or equal to 0, then move right. No. No, that's not right. I want this. I want stick. Game pad. Where is the stick? Stick. Stick. Stick force? I didn't think it was stick force. I thought there was another. Oh, stick push. There it is. Jeez. There we go. All right. All right. Figure that out. What a hurdle that was. So then we want to, so when we press the right button, we want to simulate that we're moving right. So simulate the right key press of the player. And then we want to trigger once. The flip mechanic. So flip. Oh, we didn't add 3D flip to our player, so we got to go back to our player scene and behaviors. Add behavior. 3D flip. 3D flip. Flip. Okay, weird. Apply that. Go back to our move and flip the player 300, flip to a side. We're going to say no, don't flip. And then when we do the left direction, so we're just going to change this quickly to left. So gamepad left, keyboard. And this isn't right, actually. I just realized. This should be key bindings dot keyboard right. And same on the other one. My goodness. So I don't know why I didn't find that before, but that was my bad. So we're going to have to change all this real quick. And we want to do gamepad right. It's not going to show up because we don't gamepad right. There we go. What? Okay. It's going to freak out every time I do that until I actually fix it. So we're just going to fix it real quick. We didn't need to leave there. I'm jumping all over the place. We just need to go back in our global variables. And inside of here, we can just add our new key bindings, and we can say gamepad left. And these ones are important. These ones have to be capitalized. So gamepad left, it needs to be left like this. And then I think we can just see gamepad right needs to be right. Gamepad up. And I just realized that I did the thing I usually do, is sometimes accidentally capitalize the camel case. I've been writing camel case since I was a child. How I've always written words because I'm dyslexic. There we go. And so this will be down, and this will be up. And these need to be capital. Always. So currently we just have that, the movement. The joysticks we are never going to change. That's, why would we do that? That would be dumb. So not gonna do that. So now when we go to here, we can click on keyboard and get gamepad and go gamepad right. And then we can just copy this, delete this part and go key bindings and then gamepad right. And the left. And the reason why we do this is because if we are to build a product that is equitable and a product that other people who have disability, we want them to use our game, they may need to remap some of our keys. And it's important that we give everyone an option to have the ability to move their keys around to be accessible, no matter what their situation is. So make sure that make sure you do this. This goes a long way to making your game. I mean, you know, especially as an indie developer, every player matters, and it should for everyone all the time. And it irritates me that it's not like that for people, but you know, I can't control the human condition. People are selfish, and it's also just people look over it as well. It's not intentional sometimes. Okay, so now we have a flip. We're going to just do this 2 more times, and we're going to get rid of the condition to flip, and we're going to change this needs to be keyboard left, and I realized that this one is not left either. All right, now we fix that. We can go to gamepad, and we'll go gamepad up, keyboard up. So if the up direction, this is the left stick. The left stick is pushed in the up direction. If the left stick is pushed in the down direction. Gamepad down, keyboard down. Down, down. Good, good, good. Simulate up and simulate down. So now WASD should be our movement keys, so we can check that out. Oh, there we go. So we have the left and right flip, but it's kind of hard for us to tell if we're doing anything else because we don't have any debug. So what we can do is quickly add some debug. One of the things that drives me nuts and I need to fix immediately is the origin point of our player is going to be at the feet where we want them to rotate. So 8.5 at 16. And that's the true center of our sprite. And actually, technically, I think because of its positioning, it would be 8 directly. No, 8.5. 8.5 is the middle. All right. So now when I flip left and right, we have a good clean flip on our player. Nice and easy. All right. So now we'll add some text. So we're just going to add a text object. We're going to call this debug, or debugger text. We're going to add a font because I'm really not a fan of the built-in font. And what we're going to do is use the font that we're using for Terraformers. So we'll go to, yep, Terraformers. Use that font. And we're just going to leave that as it is. We're going to add a new layer in our game. We're going to call this UI. So this will be always on our screen all the time. And we're going to move the text to that layer. Okay, so now we're going to make this text box pretty big, just so we have room. And can we center that? Perfect, thank you. So we're going to center that above our player. And now we're going to go into our game scene, and we're going to create a new event. And so we're just going to create a new event group, and we're going to call this debug events. And then inside of that, we're just going to run the debug manager. And so we're going to take this and debug manager. Go down and create a new one. And launch the debug manager. So this will happen at the start of the game scene. And we already do this at the very top, but this would be the place that we'd want to then add the, that's the wrong button. We want to add debug visibility. And then so at the very beginning of the scene, we would want to, what am I doing? At the beginning, BEG. At the beginning, hide debug group. We already have it hidden, but oh my goodness. Debug group. Now we can go back to our scene and remove that if we wanted to, but we'll double up on it here. And as long as we're in the in-game editor, so we want to check this visibility only true when in preview. If the game is running in a preview mode, which means basically as long as we're the developer, right? As long as we're the developer, we can access this. So we want to change the text. So we can click on variable bug text, change it to, we want to say state, because this is a string. So enter a string plus, now we want to pass through a variable. So we're going to say player dot variable, oops, that's not a dot, variable string, because we're passing, remember, this is to a text, so it needs to be strings. So this needs to be player finite state machine. So our first line is going to say the state of our player. And for now, that's all we need. So now we can check to see if our player is properly moving, and we can see that although we entered the idle state, the keys aren't working for movement, and I know why. I know why. That is because in our idle script. Wait a minute. Oh no. No. Curse you, dyslexia. Oh no, I did it right. Okay. What? Key bindings. Because we're not leaving the idle state, right? We're in idle, but none of our key presses are working correctly. Why is that, Alex? So we're not, this isn't working here, which it should be. Oh, 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 oh. No, it. uh, no, what? No, yeah, cutscene is false. And cutscene is false. Wait, no, because our flipping is. Wait, hold on. Hold on a second. I'm confused because our key bindings for flipping is working. So then is my debugger? What's going on with my debugger? That's weird. Um, Reborn. You here? What? Key bindings. Keyboard up. I'm not. Something weird is happening. I'm confused. If the cutscene is false, which it currently is, when we initialize, we're going into idle. So that's working. But then when we go into idle, yeah, no, that's that. What? Why is that not updating? So let's say even if I didn't do that and I pulled it outside of the editor, doesn't matter. That should be changing. I'm getting the move logic. We should be in the move state. Does that not trigger once? That might. Oh, no. I guess the transfers need to always be checking? No, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, you are correct because it's or. If any of the you are correct. I was like, what? The problem here, everyone, is this. Thank you. All right, now we've got movement. There we are. Very good. Okay, so I was like, what? Why isn't that working? Oh, duh. And then attack actually is going to be a not a player state. So we're just going to be transitioning between idle and move. Let's see, this is all player handler. So we go back to the main scene. I know it's been pretty boring so far, everyone, but hang with me. We're almost there. We get to start seeing it snap together here. So, I mean, really, the next thing would be to add some sort of terrain for us to see what we're moving on. So, let's do that real quick. And for now, we're going to make the default ground. Ooh. This color, I guess. Actually, we'll do outside like this. Okay. So we're going to go export selected. This one is not a sprite. I mean, it is a sprite, but we want to go into folklore tile sets. So we'll go tile set, and we'll make this the town. We'll go default for now. And in default, we'll name this one dirt. Save. All right. Inside of our game, we're going to be importing these later on to LDTK and making top-down tile sets that way. But for now, what we're going to do is use a tile sprite. So we're going to add a new sprite. It's going to be a tiled sprite. It's going to be the maybe 16 by 16. We're going to call this one dirt. And choose file. Choose the G drive. There we go. Select that, and now we can just grab this and tile it up. So it's on the base layer. We're going to put its Z order to 0, just so we can see the dirt. And now we're going to preview our game. So when we're in the move state, it doesn't seem like we're actually moving. We're not actually moving. Unless I actually put that on the UI layer. No. So our player guy is not moving. Even default controls aren't working. Did I accidentally set his movement speed to a bunk value? I might have. Let's go back to the player initializer. Game state initializer. I believe that is also not the issue. Remove that for a second. No, not the issue. I don't understand. It's the same thing. So this will be right. That's weird. I'm gonna check to see if this is the issue, but I don't think so. Hmm. Hmm. Why not? I'm very confused. My my player looks like he's moving, but the tile isn't moving, and I'm so confused. Uh oh. Oh my goodness. Okay. Uh yeah. Gotta add in the base layer. Those take values. Uh I think I actually had to pass through. What do you mean I'm changing the player position? Oh, you're right. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. How did that happen? Like for real though. How did I manage to do that? I, what? Okay. Anyways, so it's dude, sometimes I'll look at something it's camera position or the position of can we just target cam? Oh, yeah, right. It's camera center X. Yeah. And then we'll do the say so we'll do change the we can take this and do that. And take this and do that. I don't know how I managed to do that. See you later, Riley. And I don't need to pass through anything then, I don't think. Okay. All right. All right. Oh man, he's a zoomer, this guy. Oops. We're gonna go in and change the player's speed stat to 150 for now. Dude, yeah, there we go. Yeah, much better. Even then, I think I'm gonna slow us down a little bit more, but I don't want to slow us too far. But I like that game speed. So we'll do variable 150, 125. That should be enough. That's good. All right, I like it. Going back to our move script, we can re-enable this. And actually, we're going to remove this flip because the flip's going to be based on our pointer direction. So now that we've done that nonsense, we can move over to the next events. Let's see here. What do I want to do here? All right, the next thing for us to consider would be like enemies, things like that. Oops, don't want to do that. Where's all my windows? My windows are closed. Where do they all go? All right. Let's see here. I guess we start adding in some scripts, right? Let's see here. What do we want to do? What's the next step here? We got player movement. Let's do the orbit arm controller. So we have player handler. Under the player handler, we're going to add a new condition or a new event group. We can call this weapon manager. And we will run, actually let's do a cursor handler. Cursor logic, whatever. Cursor logic. We can do enemy states, enemy handlers. We can do we'll start with the cursor. And for now, let's see here. We're gonna bring the crosshair from Terraformers into here. So what we're gonna do is just at the beginning of the scene, I hate that it's like not ever at the beginning. We're going to hide the mouse. So first thing is hide the cursor. We're going to create an object. So we need to create a new scene, add a new scene object. We're going to call this cursor. We'll call it mouse. We're going to scale. So we're going to create it at the 0, 0 position of the UI layer. And then we're going to change its scale, because I want it to be a little bit bigger than it is, to 2. And then we're going to change the mouse positions, change the position of the mouse equal to cursor X. And we want to send it the UI layer. So we want to make sure that it's on the X-axis for that, and on the Y-axis of the UI layer for that. And now we have a crosshair and the ability to move. So then what we can do is underneath this, we can say if the yes, yeah, we do. Well, the origin position to center. But yeah. So now it'll be centered on that. And then what we'll do is create a condition to flip the character. So underneath this logic, we can just create a new, not that, create a new event group and call it character flip. So what we can say is that when the cursor position is less than the player, less than the player X, then we want to flip the object. If it's less than, flip it yes. And if it is more than, I need to create another one. There we go. Oh my goodness. There we go. So now whenever our cursor flips, our player flips. Okay, so now we have the basics of a move system and an aiming system. So now we might as well add in some sort of weapon. So we're going to go into our scene objects. We're going to go create a sprite. We're going to call it weapon list. Weapons. No, it's not. Um, Not really. I want them. I don't mind if they flip while moving. That's fine. The origin, because their origin is in the middle, I move the origin point underneath the player's feet. So when they flip, there'll be a brief, like, millisecond where you're not invulnerable, but your hitbox gets really small, but it'll be passing through you. So as long as it's in collision or overlapping with, they're in. I don't know if the collision box flips with it, so we could add a hitbox that controls our player and just draw the sprite on top of it. I'm not. Yeah. And then we're gonna hit apply. We're gonna go to our game, and we're gonna grab the dagger, file, export. We don't need the background. There we go. Why would that be a problem? And then we're gonna go in here, create weapons, add a image. We're going to call it dagger. So currently, as the game is played, they do exactly what they should be doing. It doesn't change the direction of movement or anything because we're just flipping a sprite. We're not flipping the controls. If we're using base controls, it might have like invert the controls. I don't when we flip it, but otherwise it works exactly as intended. So we are going to run a. So at the beginning of the scene, when the player is created, effectively. So we're not going to be creating the character. Hmm. No, there have to be a permanent player position. There isn't flip on movement anymore. I removed that. I see what your confusion is, but that doesn't exist anymore. So, uh, right. So let's see here. All good. All good. All good. No, not a big deal. So when the player, so at the beginning of the scene, here if the checkpoint is equal to, we'll say 0, we're going to do this once, and we're going to create a object, and we're going to call it weapon at the position of uh, player dot point x hand and point y hand. Now, checkpoint isn't a Boolean. Cutscene is a Boolean. So we're at the beginning of the scene when we are at the checkpoint 0, we're going to create a hand. Now, or create a weapon. Now, the weapon, the first slot of the weapon animation needs to be a blank. So just create nothing and do 16 by 16. And that way we always have a linked box with the player, if that makes sense. So we have this linked object that's floating around our player all the time, or will be. So we're going to create weapons. This is just going to be empty. So when we have nothing in our hands, create that sprite there. Or create that anyways. So, oops, I closed the scene start. I needed that. Move it back over here. Move it back over here. All right. So at the beginning of the scene, we're going to trigger that. And then outside of that, in our cursor logic, we're going to reorganize some of this, but I guess it is technically like a weapon orbit. And so we're going to orbit that weapon. We're going to link that. We're going to link the weapon to the player. And then we're going to always orbit the weapon at the player dot hand or point x hand point x at a distance of 0, point to the mouse x, mouse y at 0. So we can't see it, but there is an object that is always pointing. And right now we have hands. We won't really have hands in the future, I don't think, but this is just kind of a demo sprite. So what we could do is create it and change its animation just for a test. So now we could say if the checkpoint is 1, and then we can start using those features. So let's say we want, well, actually here, if I did like a checkpoint load or something, we could press a key, change our checkpoint. So for now, what we're going to do is if checkpoint is equal to 1, we're going to take into consideration the linked objects. So linked, and this might, because we might do some local co-op later. So we can take into account the weapons that are linked to players. And we are going to change the weapon animation based on like a pickup name or something like that. But for now, we'll just say name. We'll set it to dagger. And so outside of all of this, we can add a new event and just say that anytime we the key for now, any key is pressed when key pressed of Y. Oh, actually, no. We'll do 1. When number 1 is pressed, trigger this once, and change the global variable global number of game state checkpoint equal to 1. And then when we press 0, set it to 0. Actually, we don't want that. We don't need that. That's fine. We could do another checkpoint setting to like change it back or whatever, but that's fine. We don't need to do that. We'll just press 1. Hello, dagger. Oh, this is because it's only at the beginning of the scene. Let's pull this out. There we go. There we are. So the origin, of course, on our dagger is goofy. So we have to change the point for every weapon. So we'll just go to our dagger. We don't need to share any of the animation points. There's no other animation, so it doesn't really matter. And we're just going to make sure that the dagger's origin, the place that we're going to spawn it from, in the player's hand is the handle. And the center point doesn't really matter, but we'll put it there just to say that it's continuity. And then we can preview. And then when we press 1, we now have a dagger. It is not aiming the right direction. Why is that? Let's go check our... Why would that... Put that right back where it belongs in the center. Mess that up. Oh, does the center need to be the same point as the origin? That might be true. That would make sense. That doesn't make sense. Okay. Okay, yeah, so this is being drawn at the right place, so that's good to know. So what is happening here? Origin point. Does the origin point need to be up here? That wouldn't make any sense. That didn't make a lick of difference. It's uh Wait, no, what? The orbit is not pointing in the right direction. But I think it's because it's a vertical object normally. And so it is. I think this would work if I rotated the object. So like if I were to yeah. And then here we can do the origin, the center here, and the origin in the handle. Right there. There we go. So So now what we're going to do is when we click attack, we're going to tween the dagger from our player's position to a toward the cursor location, or we could fire a bullet. Could throw daggers. We do a bullet. Okay, so we'll have to think about combat in a minute, but we have the basics of our movement and the basics of a sword position. So whenever a monster or whatever is created too, they'll also get a weapon slot, and that's why we named it just kind of weapon slot. And that way we can generate monsters that have different weapons, and we can make a boolean or like a text variable that's enemy weapon type, weapon something, and then yeah. So this is working. This is good. The only thing that's okay, actually this does work. This is fine. This is good. I like this. So now we've got kind of a bullet heli build starting, right? So now that we have that going on, let's consider our next game step here. So we're just working on the basis before I start putting together like some sort of story or cohesive thing. We want some bare mechanics into the game. So we got movement. We need to tie our player's health now and our armor in. So we need to add the equipment logic, the inventory logic. We're gonna have a counter for coins or something. So let's make a variable on the screen that's always there. That's like gold or experience, and let's do a bar actually. Yeah, I like that. I like to do a bar. All right. Experience. So the player is going to have more stats. So variable stats, we can go level. We need to add experience. That starts at 0. We'll call it call it one that's not his full experience, but two, we need an EXP min and an EXP max. You don't really need health if we're going to use the counter. EXP min, add variable EXP max. I'm not change these up because I don't like the capitals. We'll say that the default max at the very beginning is like 1,000 experience. Something arbitrary. I don't know. And the minimum or experience let's see here. Let's add the health to our player. So we'll go to behaviors, add a behavior, health. All right. All right, 1 second, guys. Give me a second. I'm just gonna be on a be right back screen. I will be right back, and then we'll continue on from where we were. I just gotta take a quick restroom break. All right, I am back. Got myself some more water, got some gum. We're good to go. Okay, so I think what we do next is we add an enemy. So, since we're not going to use this as a player sprite anymore, that's kind of a creepy looking dude. Let's do a goblin. I'm torn between goblins and skeletons. I don't know which one I want to beat up first. Goblins. All right. Yeah, always the goblin, right, Reborn? All right, so now what we're going to do is um, let's see here. We're going to call this Gobo. We're going to import the Gobo sprites. Gobo! Let's go! Gobo! We're going to be doing a lot of tweening in our game. So, I think, though, for now, we're going to add a variable called weapon. We're going to have this one start with a string value. We're going to call the weapon, actually, we're going to have enemy finite state machine, and that's going to be a string. We're going to call it idle. And then we're going to create another variable, and we're going to call that health. That's a number. We're going to give it, I don't know, 5 life. And we're going to give it weapon and number string. The weapon going to be a dagger. Yeah. So every actually we can just whenever I want to do like null or something, I just do init, initialize. So every time we create a goblin, it'll go into the idle format because we don't need to worry about the super complex finite state stuff. And we're just going to say that it has a weapon of initialize. Initialize will be nothing at first. Some of them will just come at you and walk into you, and that'll hurt you. You don't want that. So, or maybe they'll come up and scratch your face. I don't know. So the first thing goblins are going to do is they're going to be annoying, and they're going to come and they're just going to walk right into your face. So what I want to do is add a new sprite and call this enemy spawner. Enemy spawner. And actually, yeah, that's fine. Enemy spawner works. We're going to import the... No, we're not going to do an image. We're going to select... What am I doing? My brain stopped working all of a sudden. create with Piskel. We are going to create a 16 by 16 area, and we're going to have an arbitrary red, menacing red. And we're just going to call this default. It's my go-to. Doesn't really, you don't have to name it anything. And the enemy spawner is going to be outside of our game. And for now, I'm just going to create them. And it's just going to send waves. Every X amount of seconds, it's just going to send a wave of goblins at us. So, let's see. Let's create a an enemy finite state machine. We can go how do I want to do this? Oops. Let's say for enemy base. So all base logic will be based on this event handler. So now we could create it could be enemy finite state machine if you really wanted to. I guess to keep the conventions the same, enemy finite state machine. And we'll just do that here instead. And we'll launch into the finite state. And normally this is where I'd go into a complex breakdown of every script. We're game jamming. I don't have time to make it super polished, you know, in my mind. Again, we're not really game jamming. I'm just pretending like it is so I can push myself. So when we activate the script, we want to set our players, or in this case, our enemy. So, let's do. Let's call this basic enemy AI. So normally, for now, I'm going to be pretending like we're initializing the finite state machine as though it's just an actual enemy, and then we'll elaborate on that script later. So normally we'd go in here like we did with the player and generate branching and all sorts of other stuff. But for right now, for my own convenience, and for the sake of time, we're going to just jump into creating an enemy script. So at the beginning of the scene is generally how I start most of these. Oh my goodness. So at the beginning, we want to change the players or the enemy's finite state. So we had preset it to idle, but so that we can make sure our enemies are working. Let's see here. Enemy finite state machine to init state. So at the beginning of the scene, or when they're created. Because I believe, I want to say, that if you do at the beginning of the scene, that'll happen when they're created. because when a new one is spawned, it begins a new scene for itself effectively. I think. If not, we need to do this at least. Well, actually, that doesn't. We can do a for each enemy. Do this one time. Yeah, my brain went off on a tangent, but now that I'm thinking, yeah, because as I was thinking about it, Reborn, as I was like walking myself through that, I'm like, that doesn't actually make sense. We need to do a for each enemy and set their um finite state machine into the correct variable. And so what we're gonna do is create a new group and call this enemy group or enemy. So for each enemy, it's just a habit that I have. I like to make sure that I can test like with debuggers and stuff. I just add an extra layer because we can just set the enemy to idle and I can avoid the whole conundrum. And then we can go for each enemy, for each instance of an enemy, um, do these things. So let's go if I know what I wanted to add. I know what I wanted to add. I want to add a variable called hit stun, and we can just leave that as a number, I guess. It could be hit stun. Hit stun is actually a boolean or knockback, whatever you like. You know, you call it whatever you want. But if the boolean of um, object variable enemy, if hit stun is true is false, so I haven't the enemy hasn't been hit, right? Then we can begin the like movement. So we can say that if the text, the text variable enemy text variable is idle. Oh, sorry. Oh, the variable enemy finite state machine is set to that is because I haven't added our enemy to the enemy list. There we go. And we're going to say idle. So if the enemy state is idle, we could do our idle logic. And in this case, we're just going to immediately switch it to move. My brain, I can do this. So in this case, we're just kind of handling the AI kind of baked into here. We could then launch another script, go through all that. We're not going to do that. So we're just going to change this then into move. And then if we're moving, we need to normally would change our animation or something, but in this case, all the goblin is ever going to do is move. So we're going to apply force to the goblin. So if to move, we need to check where the player is. So we're just going to push this object no matter where the player is. Force. Add force to move towards an object. The object, goblin, the target is the player, at a movement speed of 50. And we're just going to do an instant force. Oh no. Yeah, that's fine. I think. We're going to add a goblin for now and just see what happens. Whoa! Yeah, that's doing what I wanted it to do. That goblin is way faster than I thought it was going to be. And then it'll just glitch permanently because there's no other logic, right? So now we can say, hey, if you're within a certain distance, goblin, stop and attack the player or something. But for now, this is annoying, and this is what zombie or vampire survivors does. They just march after you endlessly, derpy goblins. So, which is perfect because goblins are dumb. We're slowing this guy down. That thing is way too fast, dude. Okay. Hey, yeah. Guess what, goblin? I don't like you. You're ugly. Your face so ugly. You want a piece of me, goblin? I'm so close to being able to stab you. I even have the knife in my hand. I just can't do it yet. But we're going to get there. Okay, so. Excellent. Now we have player movement. This thing is moving. Maybe even still faster than I want it to. I'm thinking maybe even 25 might be more appropriate. Nice, dumb, and slow. I like it. We're going to go to our enemy. And... We're going to change this to enemy selector. Enemy object? Enemy. We're just going to call it enemy. Enemy, no, we can't because enemy is a group already. So enemy object. Enemy. What do I want to call you? Enemy selector. Sure. So now we can go to our enemies and add a... We have enemy finite state machine. We have equipped, or let's say weapon slot. And we can say unit type or unit name. Unit name's better. And we'll do that as a string. And we'll start with nothing, be blank. So now we can create this blank enemy selector on the spawn, and then we can assign it maybe based on like wave input or something else. The enemy logic. So I guess we could just rename this to enemy logic, and then have an enemy state, which now makes that. Originally, I was going to add multiple enemies, and I still might need to, but we're just going to tuck enemy logic. I'm going to confuse myself if I don't name this enemy group and just name this enemy. That really just simplifies everything. Okay. So we're trying to do this with the least amount of like objects and things. We want to make it very smooth, very easy to navigate between, and make it universal so we can pass names through objects and when we do collisions and things like that. So that way when we collide with something, when a goblin dies, we take the unit name and pass that along into the loot drop potential, you know, and we use those numbers, and it just lets us kind of stretch those things out and use them in a more unified, cohesive way. It makes our development faster, I think. So now that we have an enemy, we need a blank enemy base, like whatever the, you know, we don't want there to be an enemy automatically selected. So we need to create an empty 16 by 16, and we can resize that and save it. And we can just call this default, or empty rather. And then this one is goblin. Now we can do this with, because there's only going to be 2 animations per creature: idle, move. That all the attack animations are done in other ways. So unless you need to do it otherwise, you can just do the name of the creature, and in this case we don't call it, we call it a gobo idle, and we would do one for gobo move. Because right now I haven't added it, I'm not gonna worry about the animation. It's all gonna be the same. So for now, we'll just call it gobo idle. Gobo. Supposed to be gobo idle and gobo idle. Yeah. I'm thinking about the future and what I'm going to have to do, and I'm going to change it later, but for now. So enemies, we have a blank enemy, and now when they're created, so for each, this would be a for each enemy now. So for here, we would say this is needs to be on the same layer as this. So inside of this, we need to do a for each, and we'll do enemy group. So for each instance of an enemy in an enemy group, effectively, we want to check what unit it is. So in this case, if the text, so if the, we can say enemy group animation by name, and the if it is equal to gobo, by name, then we want to change the animation. And we want to do this once. We're doing this once per unit. And then change the enemy group animation by name. You could do enemy. Doesn't really matter. I mean, because of the way I'm doing this, it's kind of redundant, but. And we'll have to change this to gobo. So now we should see that if it isn't gobo, what am I doing? Give me a second. This needs to be if the enemy group text variable, of enemy finite, or of unit type. My brain was off on its own little adventure there. So if the unit name of the enemy group is gobo, changes animation. And so now we can go into our scene. And now, okay, so normally when it creates, it's going to create a blank guy, which is an instance of an object. We got to go here to our instance name and name this gobo. And when we start our scene, didn't that work? Unit name. I think it needs to be like this. I could be wrong. I guess I could just set its animation to 1, huh? But let's find out what's going on there. It might be setting, but because... doesn't look like I need to enter that. Why did not work? It should have changed its animation. Name equal to... Oh, it's global. I did this to myself, everyone. I did this to myself. I told myself I was going to do that, and then I did it anyways. Golf clapping at myself. There we go. So, his animation 0, but we want to set it to 1 in our editor just so we can see. But we saw there, if I change both of these to 0, and we press preview, that they'll both be goblins. So, excellent. Now, we have goblins that are annoying, and they'll come at me. We could give them Boyd's movement to avoid each other. slightly so they don't overlap on each other like this. And I think we're going to do that. So Boids is good for this because they are lane-based creatures. They're going to just move directly at us. So we can use Boids. Yeah. Yeah, there's no reason not to. So we're going to get our Boids movement. And we're going to apply that to our enemy behavior. We want them to have health. We're going to set that to their maximum for now. So we'll minimize health because it's really big. We'll add fire bullets. And Boids. Now, because I'm using movement of force to now move them, I don't know what's going to happen here. I might have to use a Boid's movement to move them towards us now, rather than force, I think. But we want them to move away from each other. I don't know why their sight needs to be so big. Let's see what happens. Oh, I didn't add a void movement, duh. So obviously that won't do anything yet. So now we need to, in the enemy finite state machine, if you're a gobo, change the animation to gobo, and we can do another one of these. That's for every enemy in the enemy group. Voids, avoid an object, avoid the other enemies at a radius of 8, decision weight of 1. I don't know. Move towards each other. Come here. You guys are so slow. Not enough weight. 100. So now we need to move in a direction. So we do need to change the movement type. So no longer we're going to use a force, we're going to use Boids. And we're going to move toward an object. Targeted object is player at a decision weight of... I don't... What is this? What's the default value? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Now they don't move at all because I told them not to move. So, enemy. Enemy also now needs a speed variable. We'll call this movement. Speed works fine. Number, we're going to call this 25. So, we're going to tell the enemy to move towards the player. And we're going to set their maximum speed right after this. to the enemy dot speed. Not quite. And then I also need to change their acceleration as well, because I set it to 0. But I can just edit this in. I gotta quit being cheap. Get in here. Maximum acceleration is 1,000, sure. And the maximum speed. Now I want to watch you avoid each other. Yes. Step on each other's faces. This is perfect. You're trying very hard to avoid each other. Not really. You're not doing a very good job at avoiding each other. Let's do 16. Let's make that a little bit bigger. This would be very bad for us. They would murder us. They don't really seem to give two shites about that number. What if I do 1? Is it more important? Is the lower the number, the higher the importance? Well, that seems different, right? You overlap, what happens? Let's go check out this behavior. Oh, that should be 16 as well. Separation weight, 2. I don't know, this seems all arbitrary. Okay. That needs to be more profound. Unsure if this is like part of the problem. What if I have give them a higher? I'm not sure how to use Void's movement very well yet. I want to see them move apart when they like are stuck on each other. I want to get them as overlapped as I possibly can. And then move. Okay, that's better. Is that? Whoa, that's way too far. Okay, so that number does that. Good to know. Let's say, let's give it. Yeah. You can stand next to each other, you little bastards, but you can't stand on each other. Preferably. That works. Okay. So, Goblins aren't really a problem. I feel like goblins should be a little bit faster. Skeletons should be that slow. So let's increase our speed. I think part of that is because there isn't like a representation of. They are a little slippy. Um, but I think we can control that with some more fine tuning of that and the way that they move. Because I don't think that they will avoid. They won't void each other unless. Hmm. Unless they use Boyd's movement. I guess we could all. There's a void. I think there's like a void option too. I'm not sure. Let's see. The object that won't move itself. Uh, I guess we could just separate the objects, couldn't we? And then just do a move, a force move. This might work. Do you guys not avoid each other? I would have thought them to. This is kind of. They're part of the same thing, so it's effectively saying I'm just trying to like I'm just wondering if there's a difference here. But their collision boxes aren't working. I'm wondering. Oh, hold on. That still didn't work, but I think it made more sense. Okay, that's interesting. They do get stuck, obviously. But it makes it so that only one enemy can sit on your face at a time. The hitboxes don't just pile up, which is all right. We're gonna fix that later, but that'll work for now. Because we're gonna stop them from moving at a certain distance. They're gonna go. They're just gonna stop moving. Yeah. So. So what'll happen is when they don't have any arms and they hit you, they're gonna kill themselves. They die to do damage to you. Because the player has one life in this game. You get armor, and the armor gives you armor. and it stops overflow. So you have one hit from a spear and you're dead, or if you're wearing clothes, you have 2 hits and then you're dead. And when you get hit, you're gonna drop your armor. You're gonna lose your armor. It's gonna be a lot of like dodging and attacking things. So now let's create um hmm. Let's see. We're gonna add bones. Holy smokes. That scared the life out of me. Why is that so loud? Oh man, it does it every time to me. Thank you for the follow. Holy jump scare. Wow. All right. It was so quiet. I was hearing my own thoughts, and then suddenly I was disturbed. Uh, that was funny. Got me good. All right, we're gonna go into our back into folklore, and then we're going to go into our scene. Oops. Go to our enemy. We're gonna add a new sprite. Animation. We're gonna call it bones. We're going to import that sprite. Bones. Excellent. And now we can create another enemy. And we're gonna set them to animation 2. We can now set these guys, even though just so we can see them. Because soon we're gonna make the weapon or the spawners actually create enemies. So let's see. He needs the name of Bones. Bones is gonna start with a weapon. Go back to the enemy. Create Bones. Set it to Bones. 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 All right. For each instance of enemy, no matter who they are, we want to do this one time. And we want to create the weapon box, and we're going to link it to that enemy. So we're going to go back to our enemies, and we need to go each of the edit points on our, let's see, on the goblin. We'll create a new point. We'll call it hand. We're going to move that down to here. And we are going to share that point with everyone. I don't think that it's going to be the same for Bones. He's a little bit taller, but I think it'll be okay for Bones. We'll pick it up just a little bit. And is that the origin? Yeah, we don't want to put the origin down at their feet. 8.5, because that's the true middle. 8.5. And we'll save that. We're going to add behaviors to these guys as well, and we're going to add the flip behavior. And then we'll make it so that way if they are greater than our X value, they flip, and then if not, they don't flip. And then weapons variable. Inside of the weapon that we create, we're going to create a new variable called type or name and damage. default or empty. Empty does 0 damage. So we're going to move our animation up and do empty first. And then now even our player, right? So it's all empty. So we're going to create we're going to create the weapon at the object or the enemy group dot point X hand, enemy group point Y hand. On the base layer, we're going to link it. The weapon to the enemy. If it's a gobo, do this once. We're going to roll on a scene variable. So variable number random is equal to random in range. We're going to say 1 for 0 and 2 and 5. Sure. So we're going to get a random number in range between 0 and 5. And then we can now check those. So if the scene variable of random is equal to, let's say it's less than or equal to 3, the enemy spawns with nothing. No weapon changes. At 4 or higher, greater than or equal to 4, we can change the weapon, the animation of the weapon, and the weapon damage. So we can say in our global variables, we're going to a weapons game state weapon data bow dagger. We're going to change these to structures. And now for the dagger, say we only have 1 dagger in our game, we can now add 2 variables. Damage and that's actually all we need. So this way we can then have a base value, and then we can do all of our math based on this like default. All daggers do this amount of damage, but your strength adds to the amount of damage, and so on and so forth. And this allows us just a slightly more visual way of seeing this, I guess. So we can go weapon data, bow, damage. Maybe there's different bow types, so we could change it by name and go through that sequence if we wanted to. But we're gonna say bows do 5 damage, and a dagger does 3 damage, and a sword does 6. And then now we can change the weapon's skin. So we can say that the animation needs to be dagger, and we need to orbit the weapon. So we're going to take into account linked objects. So link, take into account the linked objects, and we're going to pick the weapons that are linked with the enemy. And point the weapon at the position of the orbit around the enemy group dot point X and do this as well with the Y. The orbit distance needs to be 0. We want to then point at the player dot X and player dot Y at 0 degrees a second. So currently, we're just gonna have to keep testing it out. Oh, I got it. I got a weapon. Take that, bitches. I don't know why it. Oh, okay. I should always have a weapon. Oh, I didn't. What's up, Curvy? Yeah, it is G develop. Cuffy? Curvy? What's up? Oh, because I. Oh, yeah. Okay, so. What the heck? My phone is going off. There we go. So now there should be a very small chance we're going to change this to 1 and this to 2. We have a higher chance of them spawning with a dagger. Is this working? This needs to be out. Let's make sure that this first part here. Okay, So it's not creating a weapon? Oh, unlink. For one, that's not good. There we go. Okay. Aha! Fight me, you wet noodle. This dagger's got a. He's got a. Goblin's got a dagger. You. Wait, why did you start with the dagger and the other guy didn't? Oh, okay. Am I going too far here with the for each loops? For each instance of enemy group, if the unit name is Gobo, change the enemy, change the animation. This guy isn't spawning with one. Hmm. This would. Oh, this is. Yeah. No. Okay. We don't want that. We want to trigger it once. Yeah. 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 Wait a minute. Were you just telling me? I was looking at this like, don't I actually need to loop it the other way? And then I just looked over at what you said. Trigger once. For each instance, correct? Is that what you're saying? You're saying to do that, or are you making fun of what I just did? Because I think I did it the opposite direction of what you just said. The instance looping, I confuse myself with it all the time. We have this discussion all the time, all the time. Whenever we're talking about mobs and instances. Hmm. believe that's doing the same thing as it was. So the trigger once is shared. What'd you say? Trigger once is shared between the instances. So I have to do it for each then, right? I would have thought it would have been for each, like basically like this. I don't know if I actually have to trigger that once or not. But this is effectively what I was thinking. Oops. Try your extension on the website. Do you have an extension? What are you talking about? Reborn, talk to me. Oh, well, for one, I'm doubling up on that nonsense. Yeah, that's the same thing. Wait, those are in different categories, right? Which one? Hmm. I see. Um, this is an extension? No, this is like map size and stuff. That's not right. Send me the new link because the link that I clicked on brought me somewhere. Oh, okay. You want me to paste this whole project? Oh, you're killing me. Oh. How do I do this again? Paste. All right, let's check this out. Let me undo what I'm doing here. So, what functions do we have here? Um, Okay. So create an object. For each instance of enemy group, create a weapon. Take account not linked to instance. This would be after. Well, you're saying in this. So I'm confused on how to use this. Uh-huh. Up here? Very confused. Sorry, I'm reading. I'm looking at something else. It did create one per enemy, but it doubled up on the first creation. This guy's got two, and none of them work beyond the first one. But the player also has a weapon. I don't want the player to aim at himself. Weapons is shared. I don't. Why wouldn't we want to take into account what is linked? I'm confused. I don't understand this whole not linked into what is this? It's not even working. What is going on? Put weapon as a parameter? The text of the variable, if his unit is gobo, change the animation gobo. If the okay, I got pass information along here. So we're changing it to dagger currently. Hmm, really confused to why. Why does that one repeat itself? Do it once per goblin, but still, it is this guy's name wrong? What is happening out here? What am I doing wrong here? Right here. This. This. Get out of here. Right now, it's at the top of the list. Ah, yeah, yeah. I took it off because of the conversation. Oh, weapon. Okay, that still only works one of them. And why is it double? Why is that happening? Aren't they? Aren't they being linked? For the on the what? Sorry, here. Does that need to be in here? See, the problem is though it's now it's linking the one that's connected to the player because that's not linked to any group of weapons to the to what? I don't even know how I'm getting the dagger, or did I always have a dagger? I don't know what happened. I think I didn't have a dagger before because it was messing it up, and now I do. We're good. But as you said, adding one to my scene, I don't really like that I have to do that. But holy crap, that's huge. That should not be like that. And it did exactly what it did before. What happened? I'm not sure where this has to be. I was going to change something when we were talking earlier. I got distracted, but sure. All right. Ah, oops. I'm very confused. Uh, pretty. I didn't look either. Yeah, that's Do we do it in an instance of an enemy group or do we outside of it? No, it needs to be inside of an instance group. Because we for each one of these objects. So like for each enemy, I'm gonna redo the whole how we create everything. I'm just done with this for a second. So for each enemy, I gotta see if this is even working. This is killing me. All I need to do is test that one. Okay, that worked. Well, actually, let's test this one too. Okay. Well, there's going to be more things I might want to do on created. So we're just going to run a toggle that runs other things. Because I'm trying to be more general because it might not be just for has linked. I don't want to make multiple booleans for multiple things. What's up, Riley? Welcome back, bud. Nice. What is happening? This looping stuff drives me nuts. The instance for each instance of enemy group. So for each instance of enemy, create a weapon, change the weapon to dagger. Set is created to true. Of course, we're not linking yet, so what? Okay. I understand that. I'm looking at. I was looking at changing the um, so I could fix weapons rather than changing uh, the animation here, running the create weapon at right here, doing a um, like after we do this, um, we do the random numbers and then select a weapon and assign it to the creation of the enemy group, basically. But hold on, I know. Hello. Okay, so wouldn't we want this? I don't even. What are you saying? You're confusing me with all your talk. Right. I was going to mark this as weapons and then take into account and roll it that way, but that's not right. But neither is that. But isn't that what this says? I guess we could make sure that they're in the right order. But for one, no, I understand. Yeah, yeah. I was trying to figure out. I was like, why isn't the? I forgot about the boolean. Like, why can't I see? There we go. I need to add this. Give me a moment. Can't see anything. Whoa. Yeah. Hmm. thought that would have. Oh, their animation is empty. You are correct. I was trying to go squinting at my code. I was like, I'm missing an animation somewhere, I think. But let's change their ah, fight me. Yeah, there we go. All right. Now we organize the code. I can see what the hell is going on. That works. Okay. That's fine. Everybody can have a dagger for now. I don't care. All right. Let's see here. I'm debating about whether or not I want to add in the random generation of uh what you call it, the random selection of weapons or what have you. But I think for now, let's see. If the unit type is Gobo, we're going to add a uh, scene variable. Change the number of the scene. We're going to do a random is equal to random. Kind of arbitrary. We'll do 1 to 4. 0. Do this once. And then now we can say if the variable text number random. Oh, sorry, of scene is greater than, let's go greater than 3. No, scene. Oh, here. Yeah. Yeah, you're good. Don't worry about me, dude. I'm just sleeping on the job. Sleeping on the job. Change the change the enemy group text of weapon slot equal to dagger. back up here too. I see. I guess it's not a player entity, so I could do that, I suppose. And just make the random become a object variable. Ah. Ah. Well, we want to do this once per goblin, so I have to repeat this per enemy. So this, right? I think. I think everybody's got a weapon. You cheats. Hmm. Okay. So now that didn't work. Oh, it's because I removed the dagger animation completely. Ugh. Me, I'm a dummy. I'm a dummy. I'm a dummy. I'm a dummy. So that's interesting. Just trying to figure out in my head like how exactly this works. What would you say? Every take account linked object condition must be inside a repeat for each object for it to work as intended, except for yours. Interesting. So yeah, I don't understand how yours works, Reborn. I'm still confused. So in this case, I'm gonna copy this and paste this down here. For each enemy, we're gonna go get rid of this. Oh, okay, that hurts my head. Maybe it doesn't matter if where I take that into account. I don't know if these guys are just getting lucky or. So now should I change this back from a enemy group random to a variable, a scene variable? Now that we're repeating for each enemy group? Oh. I think it starts on empty. I could be wrong, but we'll go check. Weapons is empty. I want to make it sure it's all universal, so this is in here as well, and I think it's just in it, yeah. And we're gonna change this to weapon type, and we'll go back to we'll select in it. It's funny I can't even remember my own stuff. Crazy how you remember that. Ah. Hmm. No. If it's greater than or if it's this is the wrong way. For one. Aha. Aha. Get smoked, goblins. Okay. Do I need? I don't need to do, but greater than 3, but less than 4. I guess. Now, if I do it this way, which is dumb, but we'll do greater than 2, less than 4. Empty otherwise. Now let's add the sword. The sword is massive. That's true. Yeah, I mean, for sure. Right now, we'll be scaling that up to something different. It's just arbitrary right now. But yeah, you're right. It is literally just 3. It's the same thing. Let's save folklore because it's been a minute. We're going to go to our weapons. We're going to add an animation. We're going to call it sword. We're going to add the sprite. And then we are going to edit and rotate it the other way. Save that. Go back to our edit points. Go to dagger. Go to sword. We don't want to share the same points. We could if they were all built in the exact same spot, which later I will do. But for now, it won't. And that should just work. Maybe. What did I do? Oh, uh, hmm. Aha! Okay. Shouldn't I? What is going on with my weapon? Oh, I didn't. Yeah. Duh. I know. Yeah. We're good. Mm-hmm. All right. I have a button to call for that. Let's go. You guys are about to get. You want catch this smoke? I will. Oh, I will hose you. You can't handle this. You're just a dumb little baby, man. I'll mess you up. All right. Okay. Um. Okay. So when for each enemy, when their life, uh, dead, I guess. Okay, so now we're gonna fire weapons using the fire bullet method, and we're gonna fire a bullet uh, from our weapon, and the bullet is gonna be a weapon. So uh, we're gonna duplicate the weapons list, and we're gonna call this throwables. Yeah, yeah. Well, you might. No, no. The weapons. I'm going to be transferring the information of the weapon because it's actually a weapon object. So the weapon object holds lootable data, right? So if it has a name, we can then use it before we destroy it. We can create a new object, like a pickup object based on the weapon, and then delete it. But yeah, we do need to delete it. But like you said, unless I want it to be destroyed. But let me put the goblin skins back on so I can see what's going on there. You are not a goblin. You are a goblin. All right. Um. Let's see. Uh, Throwable. And the throwable will be a dagger. You can't throw swords, so just a dagger. And then you could say bullet, but we're going medieval in this game, so um in our player script, we need to add when the cutscene is false, we can fire. So earlier I removed it, but we're gonna say we're actually not gonna put this in a condition, and we're just gonna say attack logic. So when the game scene is false, we can use um, our player finite state machine of attack. We won't be in an idle state. It doesn't matter whether we're in idle or not, so we're not going to actually set it to a variable state. We're just going to say we're attacking. We can attack anytime that the screen is false. So um, for the attack, we're going to the player should have the uh, behavior to fire a bullet. We don't, so we add fire bullet. The cooldown rate, we're gonna call it a half a second. Max ammo. Rotate bullets to match their trajectory. Sure, yeah. Starting ammo is max once at a time. 0 degrees. All right. Now in our attack state, we want to get, so the player is going to need a weapon type as well. And then we can say when we press 1, we don't actually want to load our checkpoint anymore. We're gonna get rid of this one. And instead what we're going to do is we're going to change the player. This is a global variable, so we have to go to objects player. We're going to say player text and change this variable of weapon type equal to dagger. And that way we can just test out the different weapons, right? So now 1 is dagger. And then we need to say whenever our dagger or weapon type changes, change that. So inside of our finite state machine, we can do that. So inside of our player finite state machine, in the attack, whenever the condition is met that the player's weapon type text weapon type equals dagger, take into account the weapons linked with the player, and change the animation, the weapons animation by name equal to dagger. So that should still work the same. Well, that was a weird movement there for a second. Whoa, let's go. Yeah, let's see. And then on top of that, I guess we could do it underneath here, right? If the weapon type is dagger, and if the weapon type is dagger and the we'll just add an up here, up top to be top. Let's go if the key, this is actually click, mouse button pressed. If the left button mouse, we're gonna shoot. Player, fire a bullet toward an object, and the object is our beautiful mouse. X mouse fly because it is centered to our cursor. The bullet object is going to be the throwable, and the target. Oh, where to create the position? My bad. Player point X. We'll do it at the hand location, which is the same point as the weapon. Throwable, and we're going to throw. Our target is the mouse. Speed in a bullet, 60 pixels a second. Interesting. Oh yeah, yeah. Uh, okay, so now we need to change the um, if the weapon type, same thing. So like if the weapon type is a dagger, fire a throwable, and change the throwable's animation to dagger. Otherwise, it's going to create an empty. You want to go, bro? Whoa, those things are so slow. You ain't got nothing. What ya? Yeah, that's a couple. There's a couple easy fixes there, because we can either store that information and then get it as we fire. Oh, well, okay, that makes it easy. Uh, you wanna? Oh, you have nothing on this, baby. I'm gonna roast you. You just wait. I'm gonna freaking kill you. Okay, that is not firing at the right direction. I must have goofed up on. Oh yeah, yeah. There we go. I'm gonna make these get stuck in their faces, and then you only get like, so if you have a dagger, maybe you can hold a couple of them, and that's your max ammo, the quantity you have. And then when you right click, you'll throw them, and then when you left click, you'll stab. So that way you don't have to throw your daggers. But now we have that. We're gonna end up creating a huge array and structure for weapon values and types. So like light weapons, medium weapons, they'll have like base values, and then we can do some generation. So maybe weapons have slightly different stats. That would be ideal in the long run for replayability and weapon prefab drops and stuff. However, now when the enemy is in collision with a throwable, delete the throwable, and deal damage. So damage. Apply damage. The weapon type will have its own. This is where like we were using the game state, weapon data, dagger, damage. And then we can say before we're going to delete this. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to see how I can make this more universal. So if it's in collision, if the enemy is in collision with a throwable, then we want to apply that throwable's damage. So we need to check what the identity is of the throwable. So when we throw if the throwable, if the players, yeah, I was thinking about that. Ugh. Animation name like this. Yeah. Apply the weapon's name. And then delete it. The enemy group is in collision with the throwable. Apply the weapon data of the animation that it's in collision with. Throwable's animation name. We need to set the animation name. We do that in the attack, right? No, we don't. So here we can set the throwable. Oh no, we get it by animation name. Yeah, so dagger. Holy smokes. Oh, you like that? Holy cow. I have a sword. I don't know how I got a sword. How did I get a sword? How did I get a sword? What happened? uh, that's funny. It's because we're not deleting them when they die. It went straight into my hand, which is pretty funny. But for now, we'll do that. All right. So this is getting messy. I'm gonna start closing this stuff down. We'll reopen what I need here in a second. Okay. Hitboxes are too big? Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah. Well, it depends on the. Oh, well, dear lord, yeah, because it's based now on empty. Um, that'll work. I could even shrink this up a bit. Not gonna be super precise. We'll do 5, 6, 5, and 15. No, 10, 10 and 3, and 10 and 16. We'll do 11. Okay, now the throwables hitbox is also massive, so we can fix that. There we go. Good. And if we really wanted to, we could go here into the throwable and cut back the dagger a little bit, so it's not the actual tip of the dagger. It's a little bit further back, and that would give it a little bit more game feel. Um, and make it feel like the dagger's overlapping their face. That you actually see it go into them, which is good. And that's more accurate anyways. So, we can now shoot our daggers. Let's see. We got to do droppables. We got to do all right, so we have a basic structure here. I'm trying to think what is going to be the best next step for us. I Yeah, we could very easily just do a drop. We'll do drops. So now we'll do pickups and hit OK. And so now we're gonna go into our game. Coin. We're gonna do all these pickups. I don't know what they're gonna be used for yet. We need to make one that's green. Green's like experience, like all the time, right? That is supposed to be a gold coin. Not. Get out of here. What are you doing? We'll add it anyways. And we're gonna go backwards a second. And we're just gonna like. There we are. Maybe make it one taller. There we are. Now we can tell the difference between coins and EXP. So we're going to start by doing an export selected. We're going to call this sprites pickups. We're going to do coin. We're going to do orb purple, orb red, orb blue, and orb green. Now we can go back to our game, go into our pickups, add the default. The default pickup will be blank, but we're going to use coins. And then add a sprite. I don't know why I did that actually. Delete selected. Create with pixel. 16 by 16. Resize. Save it. And this will be empty. Then the next one will be gold. So coin. Add another one, call it experience. You'll start getting experience in green, and then we'll do one more and call it health. And we'll add red for now. All right, so now that we have that, when an enemy dies, so whenever an enemy is dead, we can now check a unit's let's see here. I'm going to trigger this once. We're going to create an object pickup at the enemy group X, enemy group Y. So at its feet, we're going to create a pickup. And then we would change it to whatever the experience is. So this is where we can do another random roll. So in this case, we can say we want to do a loot, a scene random, I think, where we randomize just an arbitrary number, which, I mean, between like 1 and 3, and that decides how many drops. You know, how, you know, do we drop 1 items, 2 items, or 3 items? So we just do random 1 through 1, 3. Actually, we don't have to do random in range. I think. Um, when the enemy's dead, sorry. Fully. Let's see here. Um, and then for now, we're just going to create the animation or change the animation. By name, pickups. We're going to set it to experience. I think we have to do it like this. I don't know if it works. If we're going to try it and see what happens. I guess then we don't need to trigger all this ones, do we? I don't think. Is that how that works? I can never remember. I'm not very good with this looping nonsense. Oh, it's also just stacking on itself, so we wouldn't even be able to tell. So we'll start with fixing that. Oh my goodness. All right. Nice. All right. Now what we're gonna whoa, this is like auto attacking. Now what we're gonna do is add voids to the pickups. I like doing voids on this one. And that way we can make them move apart. So I just want the objects to avoid themselves. we would put that in the somewhere where we have like loot mechanics. So um, I suppose we can do that now. We'll just duplicate camera settings and call it um, loot, or we'll just call it pickups. Create a new little script here. So always we want the pickups to avoid other pickups in a radius of, I don't know, 2 at a weight of 1, at a radius of 8, 1. I don't know. Wow! Okay. Those are crazy. I did it in Terra Farmers originally, and I like the way that they moved apart. So I'm going to go take a snoop at my old script. Yeah, I can do that. So let's open a project. I will be getting off here pretty soon, next like 40 minutes or so. Let's see here. All right, let's go down to our planting manager, day and night cycle, world manager maybe. Do. Oh yeah, I remember what I was doing, dude. I've got I'm tired today. I'll tell you what. Let's see here. Let's go nodes, tools, no, FX text tiles, objects, tools, nodes, collections, collectibles. Collectibles has a, all right, let's do this. A 0, 0, 1, and then this is 1, 1, and 1. And we don't want to rotate the object. So we're going to open this. I didn't get anything. I got jacked that time. Let's do this again. You need to move the pickups origin points. Go to coin. We can do that. All of them will be like in the same place. Yeah, good enough. Okay. That's some pretty intense scatter. wondering. Oh, you know what? It's also the collision problem. I'm like, why are my collisions so huge? Let's fix this. What? What is this? That's nuts. Okay. There we go. Cool. So now we have loot. It falls on the ground and they die. Yes, we've done it. We have made experience on the ground. Here it is. And very easily, all we have to do in the pickup manager. What's up, Blue Knight? How you doing, buddy? And then all you have to do in the pickup manager is for each instance of this object. So for each, whoa, that is not the one we want. We want for each, right click please, hello, add for each pickup, if the player is if the distance to the player, if the distance between the player and the pickups are below 16 and they are not below 0, then move the then we're going to move we can add force. We can use this. It doesn't really matter. Could use the voids, but move in a direction towards the player. So target the player and move in an instant of 20 pixels in a second. And now those should move to us. So we'll kill those guys. You're trash. You're trash. And we have a little bit of a hiccup there with the way that they are pushing off of each other, but they should also be deleting. So then when for each instance of an object, when it is in collision, when the player is in collision with the pickup, destroy. Later we can pass information around, but for now we just want to make sure that they are deleted. Boop. And yep, there we go. Nice. So then we would go into an inventory management system after this, and we'd start working on picking up and storing items. So in this case, if we're in a collision with the pickup and the pickup is experience, we want to add 1 experience. So if the pickup text variable of the pickup, we're going to say type is equal to no, actually we can do animation. If the animation is equal to experience. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, I was gonna do a uh I was copying. I was just thinking in my head about maybe at different distances it might move faster or something. So in my head, I was preparing for something like that, but I ended up not doing it and then left it. So didn't matter. It was redundant. Variable. Scene variable. Actually, we'll do global variable. So global variable number. Um, we can actually do a. I don't want the player entity to control. It is, yeah. But I was thinking about whether or not I wanted the player to control it or not. But I guess I suppose it doesn't really matter. People will break a single player game all the same, if whether it's multiplayer or not. So we don't need to think about all those extra variables. Um, there you go. And then in our game scene, in our debugger, uh, debugger group. Da, 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 Where did I unload that? Actually, oh, there it is. Debug manager. We're going to go in here and do a plus new line plus exp. Wasn't it something like that? I don't remember what the stats .exp. That's why. Oops. Um. Oh, I don't need variable because it's already a number. Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking about converting it, but I forgot it's already a number, so I don't need to do that. exp isn't a string. We don't have to report a string. It'll get the number. Because it's the string itself. It's already going to put it into a string, I'm pretty sure. Anyways. What do you mean? So the exp won't move? It's not moving. What do you mean it didn't move? I don't know what you're talking about, my guy. They do. Oh, yeah. Well, they don't move once they're created. They only move when you get close to them. The range is just pretty small. So in the pickup manager, when they're below 20, yeah, they move towards me. But they spawn randomly around an enemy. But now, I believe what I could do, because they already have a weight to them, so now when they create them, they have an avoidance of each other. I believe if I don't do this, that's a personal preference, my friend. I like the idea that they explode out of the enemy, which I find hilarious. They just like they just explode, and with the the motion and so this will be fun because then they're just gonna go all over the place and some randomness. But we're gonna add a a player stat that is pickup range, and pickup range. Yeah, that would make it more optimized for sure. And then because that way I don't have to double up, because here we could do um, random repeat random number of times. Uh, but we may want to change the different type of pickup. So we're going to have to double up inside of this loop to make it even more extensive. So that way the pickup isn't always going to be, there might be different sizes of experience, like different versions, different colors, and they have different experience values. So that way we can have like 3 different types. But yeah, repeat X number of times does work. So we can just go, oops. But for now, this works. That keeps it nice and compressed. Uh-oh. Oh, there you go. Wait, no? What happened? I thought I did that. I don't know what I did a minute ago, but Why is it reporting 0? Well, 3 report 0? I didn't know that. Interesting. Whoa. No. They're just. Huh. For one. Alex, you dingus. Got it. I found it. I'm just dumb. Don't worry about it. Thanks, Riley. So now we've got. I love that there's this explosion of on this voids. They're just flying all over the place. They avoid each other too much, however. So we need to reduce their sight range. This, I think, half. Nice. Yeah, we don't want that to happen. So I guess we don't have to use voids. Voids is actually making this more complicated. It also might help if the maximum speed is only like 10 pixels, and it is max acceleration is 10 pixels. That way they don't go flying because they're flying too fast. There we go. This is good for me. We don't need to refine it too much more than this. We'll just do the separation weighted 1. And then to make, I know it's making Reborn sad. We will, oops, not that fast. We'll increase the pickup range to 68. So now they'll just move towards us. We want it to move to go faster though. And 68 is too big. We'll do 32 at a rate of 40. Yeah, that seems fair. Maybe even faster. That's a good idea. Mm, Oh, I see. Uh, it's just distance, right? Or just player? Interesting. Whoa! I like that. Very good, very good. We'll do 48. Feeling generous. It's a little bit too big, actually. I lied. 32 it is. All right. Okay. For each instance of object, start an object timer. So object. Is it just timer? Pause. Start a object timer on the enemy group, and it or on the pickup. Sorry, and it's called rest. When the rest, when the timer is of rest is greater than or equal to 2 seconds, Boyd's uh, oh, I see. I see. I was gonna go about it a different way, but you are correct. Um. Oh. Wait, no, this is how we want it. Start the rest timer when rest is less than 2 seconds. Do this, and then stop doing this. So after 2 seconds, it'll stop, right? Hmm. Trying to understand why that matters. Good to know. Can't tell if I just got lucky there or what happened. All right, there it goes. All right, so now we can add a little bit more explosiveness to those to that voids, because now we really toned it down now that we've added that 2-second timer. So we'll add a separation weight of 2, and we'll add some decision here. And I think I actually need to do it the other way, but whee! All right. Um, let's go back into our state pickups, behaviors. We're gonna accelerate 15. We're gonna do a sight radius 1. What does that look like again? Those are really stuck together. So this is like 0.5. So that part was right. Cool. All right. So now we have the beginnings of just an infinite world spawner. Like if we created around our camera on a different layer or just outside, and then we created these spawn zones to be permanently outside of our view, then they could just be spawning waves in, uh, monsters in via wave counter. And then we could kill more things. So now we've got experience. When we pick up health orbs, we could heal ourselves, which right now we only have like 1 HP. That's true, because we can spawn them outside of our view range. And pick a random spot. But I'm curious what other method would you use, Reborn? Yours is more secret. Okay. I believe you. But it's about to not be secret if you tell me. You're terrible at keeping secrets, Reborn. No, all right. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna bundle this up and sell it as a template. I think there's already like a roguelite template, isn't there? Didn't it just come out? Because if there's not, we are making that 100%. I believe that there is something. Build. Hmm. Um. Okay. So what we need to do in this game. So now that we have some base mechanics in, I got to get the cutscene working, get in some more sprites, add player dialogue, and then we can start fine tuning the actual like game. Um. So what I've done here is I need to create some more sprites this evening. So what I'm gonna do is get all these sprites imported, build some tile sets, minimal tile sets, and the biggest things that I want to work on, the thing that I'm going to need help on is tomorrow's stream, um, which is going to be building the world map, which is shouldn't be very complicated because we're going to use a similar method to the way that we can generate like terrain via tile set, like dungeon map tile sets, where you build. So we're gonna have a map. This is represented by these squares. This would be a big blank square thing. This guy in the middle is the stone, the your home location. You're gonna get these draggable cards that you drag onto the map to build the world map. That makes sense, Riley. Um. So yeah, and then I'm gonna do a cutscene where basically the old man is getting attacked by monsters. Um, you you spawn and it immediately destroys all of the enemies, and then he teaches you about the world map. He gives you your first world piece, and then you leave this area to go to the game, like into the rest of it. So cutscenes are going to be interesting because I've never done a cutscene before, so that'll be fun to learn. And then the world map is going to be really important to our game. And then enemy attack states as well. So enemy attack states, I'll work on. I might actually do some of that tonight myself, just so and I'll go over it on tomorrow. It's really easy to do uh, changes of attack state, and the enemies, not all of them are just going to charge at your face. But there is going to be a wave survival method in this game, but we're just building some base UI. So I think what we're going to do is actually leave it off here, guys, because I do got to go shopping. I got to get some food. And I'll be back. I'll be on Discord tonight doing a little bit more work. So if you guys are interested in checking that out, I'll be posting some updates. And then when it comes to programming, I won't be adding any of the new features. I might prototype them off just so I can do them faster on stream. But yeah, we're gonna get into all of that in the next episode. So thank you guys so much for stopping in and hanging out with us today. I hope you learned something, and I'll be going through and turning this into some sort of tutorial for YouTube. So you guys can look forward to those videos, and I'll edit those over time and when this project's done. So we're looking at doing, we're going to be working on this project for about a week, and then we're going to move on to the Metroidvania, which is a game jam. And I'll be actually participating in that game jam. We may or may not link up with other people and record that progress live. So that'll be fun. It'll be the first time I worked with somebody else in a game jam. And if anybody's interested in working on the game jam project with me, let me know. Comment in the comment section, or let me know in the live stream or on Discord. And maybe we can team up and build a Metroidvania together for the upcoming game jam. So until then, I'll catch you guys later, and see you tomorrow.